Well, if you're joining us, we welcome you to the Museum of Glass. We are here with our full-time staff creating some large-scale cylinders. We have some of these completed cylinders inside of the annealer on this side of the Hot Shop studio. So this is today's end goal, one of these large-scale cylinders that eventually will become sheet glass. We will explain that process when we're nearly complete with this project. With that said, our plan right now is to fill the cup that's in the center. Sarah on our left-hand side has gathered enough glass to fill it. Our glass came out of our furnace about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, to extend the working time of the glass, we're using a reheating station. Now, that's the barrel right below you. It's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little slightly hotter than the actual furnace. So the exterior cup is the red color. The bubble that we shoved inside will be the yellow color. And this is how we're going to get a color fade on today's project. Our next goal is to fuse everything together, both the core and the cup, and make everything homogeneous. To do so, we'll just use the heat of our chamber and our steel table. Once again, there is no glass inside of our reheating station, just fire and heat. We're hearing kind of like a whirling sound. That is the forced air necessary to achieve this high temperature. Our team is incredibly talented. They make a lot of these techniques look very easy, but most of them have over 20 years of professional glass blowing experience. There's several ways an artist can become a glassmaker. You can go to college to learn to work with glass. There's a handful of colleges both offering a BFA and an MFA in glass. You can also go to work in one of the many factories spread across the United States. Fortunately, here in Washington, there's a very big factory up in Seattle, hires a lot of glassmakers. Per capita, there's more glassmakers here than there is anywhere else on the planet. So we are the mecca of glass making. One of our shaping tools is just a wet pad of newspaper. Now that's just the Wall Street Journal, and we prefer to burn this Wall Street Journal because of the ink. They use a soy-based ink, which should be less harmful when inhaled. And this is the actual glass blowing part of glass making. We'll notice that on this end, instead of putting our lips over the mouth, we are now using a little puffer. And this is due to the age of COVID. As our audience is with us, we ask that you respect social distancing rules, and as well as keep your mask covering your mouth and your nose. One of the best places to view today's demonstration will be on this side of the shop studio and the top of the museum. That's not enough glass, by the way, so we still need to gather a little bit more material to make our large-scale cylinder. And you'll notice that there's a lot of waiting. We wait for the glass to heat up, and in this case, we're just waiting for it to cool down. By hanging out in the open, we're working smarter instead of harder. A cold core will adhere more glass, and we will be able to maintain control of that material. The glass that we're utilizing comes to us from North Carolina, where they're mining a quartz mountain that gives us our high-end silica that we are using. So this is not your average beach sand. It's been specifically formulated for offhand glass making. So what we're seeing in front of us today. Again, they're never in a rush to gather. Is it okay to take pictures? You can take as many photos as you like. We just ask that you do not use flash. One of the best places to take photos is the top balcony. Again, the color we're working with is a very bright red. We have an example of what this color will look like when complete. Here we have a little bit of trimmings left over the last cylinder we made. And we like to just remove the thick portion of our glass off. And it's due to the heat of the glass that really makes it look bright red and orange, but oftentimes that is misleading. Now, it's due to the viscosity of the glass that lets us wind it and collect it. Very similar to how honey will stick to your fork and knife when you're eating pancakes or waffles in the morning. It's due to its thickness. Any glass that goes into that bin will eventually be recycled on a later date. We remove excess glass for a handful of reasons. One of them can be to ensure we've achieved a symmetrical shape. It can be also to remove an impurity that the team may have seen while they were collecting. A little bit of water on the pipe cools it down. They are made out of a stainless steel alloy, which is a poor conductor of heat. Are the kilns all at different heat settings? Yes, just slightly. The chambers in front of us are about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so they're slightly hotter than the furnace where the glass came out of, which was 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. The oven where our color is sitting at is about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Our propane torch, about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. All hands are on board. Now Ben, wearing the blue, he takes a seat at the center, and Ben is our gaffer. The term gaffer is the person who's in charge of the piece. Followed by the gaffer, we have a handful of assistants like Kristen, who's standing by with wooden paddles to shield Ben from the radiating heat. Lastly, we have Sarah. You may notice Sarah's doing a lot of the heating. Now the team likes to break up the workload among everyone else. So all Ben has to focus on is creating the piece while the rest of the team can take care of the smaller details. And before our mass gets any larger, let's just ensure that there's a place where we can separate it from the steel rod itself. So we're going to create a weak spot or a break-off point. That's just incredible. That move to me is always just so wild. So many things have to happen within just one heat. So now that we've created that weak spot, we're going to create the width that we want. Once we have the width, we can get the length. So let's blow it up to a large sphere now. Wherever we see the brightest red and orange coming from the glass is the area we can assume is the hottest, which will expand the most. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions as we continue? How heavy is it? Oh, that's a fantastic question for our team. I would assume 15 or so pounds, but let's double check. A big fat cat. That's what it feels like. So oftentimes, all the weight is on the end of the rod, so it feels like you're going fishing with two bowling balls on the end of the fishing rod. So the area that we're torching now, again, is the area that absorbs the least amount of energy. It's less bright, which means that area is most prone to breaking. Our first step, or our step from here on out, is to even everything out. That bright red and orange should be consistent both at the base and the top. Well, using a little bit of chalk, we create a bullseye for the next rod that will be placed. We can essentially just say goodbye to our blowpipe. It's done its job. Again, each teammate or each team member will be utilized at their strengths. Just as a quick recap, all of our glass is coming from the furnace on our left at the same temperature as lava, just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. To ensure that there's a weak spot where our cylinder can be broken free, we squeeze down another break-off area. We give it a few seconds to stabilize, and then we are going to be adding water to the first break-off area we made. When we tap the rod, it'll break free at its weakest point, hopefully being that area that we added water to. We saw the thumbs up from Gabe. That means the glass is stable enough to complete the transfer. Ooh, there goes a second droplet. To our makers, turning the rod is second nature. They don't think about it anymore, but when you're first learning, it can be quite difficult to keep it turning both ways. If you just turn one way to the right, eventually centrifugal force will throw the bubble off center. The area that we're superheating right now is very thick, just because that area was right next to the blowpipe, and the blowpipe's constantly stealing heat away from the glass. So no matter what, that area is always thicker. We're going to even out the thickness by pulling out some of this thick glass and eventually just cutting it right off like leather. We have some of this leftover cutoffs floating around as well. I'm just constantly impressed by our team and their skill. You'd think they'd be talking about the project. They're just talking about Justin Bieber right now. So it's always incredible to see their talent in full display. What is the heat source? Our heat source is a natural gas. Natural gas is a low-burning fuel, so you need a lot of forced air. And for that reason, you'll notice this like weird buzzing or whirling sound. That's the forced air. Pretty much you're going to find that the same noise, this white noise, in any hot shop you go to powered by natural gas. So we use almost like a metal straw to introduce more air, just to minimize the tools that can go on the inside of our cylinder that can cause like scratching or scoring, and oftentimes these weird stretch marks that you see in like more mass-produced glass, or like Chinese glass or Mexican glass where it's in a mass factory. So we're just trying to minimize that, and that just takes time and craftsmanship. Well, we do the finishing touches on our large sheet of newspaper, the full Wall Street Journal, instead of working on sections at a time with the handheld version on the bench. Looks like we're nearly complete. Now, the last step that we take is also the longest step. It's to eliminate the stress in the glass that can cause it to break and crack. If it's left out in the open, oh yeah, it's going to break within minutes. And even the little bit that we cut off, this at one point will break in time, maybe 5 minutes, 5 years, 500 years, I don't know. It will break though, because of the ambient air. To prevent our cylinder from breaking, we're going to place it inside 890 degrees and will be the home of everything today. When we're done, I have to send back to room temperature 12 and a half hours. At its weakest point, let's give a round of applause to our fantastic hot shop staff. Oh, this concludes our morning half of our live glass blowing demonstration. We will be returning in approximately 1 hour to continue our cylinders. Before we head out, I do want to explain that our cylinder, when cooled down, will have the bottom of it removed. Using a tile saw, we will also cut down the side. We will then place it in an oven like this, in a annealer. Bring it back up to temperature, and as it heats up, it begins to unfold. We then use some of our Kevlar gloves, and we pull it open until we are left with a flat sheet of glass. These flat sheets of glass you may find around the museum, like in Well, as we all get comfortable, I do want to give a heads up that we are going to begin on that side of the studio. Eventually, our project will conclude in the center of the hot shop. Our pieces have been taking us about an hour and 40 minutes. I understand if we all can't stay that long to view the start to finish, but I do want to give a heads up what the project eventually will be realized to. Our goal is to create a large-scale cylinder. It's going to be two-tone. It's going to have this brilliant fade on it. Later on, we're going to make our cylinders into sheet glass by heating them back up, and as they begin to heat up, we can unfold them. Eventually, these sheets will be cut into different leaf patterns, and this will be our new installation here at the museum. We will be replacing our Mercator projection, that world map, with this new installation. And we're so excited. It's been designed in-house, and most of the pieces are made in-house as well. With that said, we have a professional staff here to realize this project, so let's go underway. All right, well, it looks like Gabe is starting off with stabbing up a little bit of colored glass. Let's explain what's this box, because this is the beginning of the project. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and to use all these colors in glass, we need to heat it up separately. The color comes to us in a bar form. The bar dates back to Europe, where it was used to create glass buttons. This is how they created those brilliant buttons. Now, here in the hot shop, we purchase our colored glass from a manufacturer, and they make hundreds of different colors. The way they make color is they just add different metals from the periodic table of elements. To create blue, it's cobalt. To create green, it can be chromium or iron. Some of this pink glass can be made by adding erbium or actual gold, which makes it some of the most expensive color in the glass industry. Well, we started off by laying out all the colors we wish to work with today, which is, I believe, yellow and red. Hey, Ben, looks like you have a large bar of solid color. I'm going to assume that's red, though, but is that true? Is this color red? It sure is. Well, oftentimes our color will be distorted because of the heat. Our red will look more like the cylinders that we see from our cooling oven. It won't look as bright and intense as what we see now. All right, so one teammate has a solid color. That is Ben. That's in front of us. We'll give Ben a few minutes to make that color malleable. At the same time, another teammate, Gabe, is gathering glass on a blowpipe. This leads us to our furnace. We have 2 furnaces at the museum where all of our glass is kept. By dipping a steel rod inside of it, due to the viscosity of the glass, by rotating, we can collect a thin layer of that glass. And this is similar to how honey will stick to your fork and knife when you're eating waffles in the morning. It's due to the viscosity. After a little bit of shaping, Gabe is going to pierce a bubble in the mass of glass. It makes it a lot difficult now that it's in the age of COVID. So most recently, glass making has rapidly changed. Now we're using puffers instead of using our breath to introduce that air. And we're also using like different hoses now. So what we created here is just a beginning bubble. Our next step is to color the bubble. Now, if you have any questions about today's demonstration, my name is David, and I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of working with glass. Pretty much what I've learned is this team makes it look incredibly easy. That's due to their over 20 years of professional experience. The coloring application that we're doing right now, or color overlay, is the most common type of way that we color glass. Whenever you see something even and consistent, that means color bar was utilized. We can make color here at the museum, which we have once. We just take a little bit of the metals, place them inside of our furnace and mix it around. But that means we're entirely stuck with that single color for about 2 months. So instead of going that route, we melt clear glass and we can use all the colors, which is about 150 of them. Well, our beginning bubble has stabilized and our colored glass has become really, really malleable. We're just going to place it on top of the bubble, and then it's up to Gabe to spread the color evenly. Now, glass has the ability to magnify, giving a contour, and magnify it well. Now we know that it's almost a lie. Glass is just a thin layer of color sandwiched between clear layers. And even the colored glass in your own home has a possibility of being colored in this same manner. If we rush through this process, we can end up with uneven coloring application. And for this cup, we're going for an uneven color. We're looking for a fade. We want it to get dense at the base and very light at the bottom. Our goal for the left-hand side is to create a color cup. Of course, Gabe's color cup will be 3 times the size of my example. At least 3 times. Well, it looks like Gabe is just about complete with the coloring application. Pump it up. I do want to point out the red, what color it will truly look like. We have some examples in our cooling oven to your left-hand side, but we also have some trimming, some leftover glass from the earlier pieces. So this is the color that we're working with. Once again, the heat that we're working with is over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it distorts its true color. So the glass that we're utilizing here at the museum isn't just your average beach sand or silica for that matter. Our glass comes to us from North Carolina. Out in North Carolina, spruce pine, they are mining a quartz mountain that gives us our high-end silica that's being melted today. Come again? Is it from the beach where we get our silica? Our silica is mined from a mountain. They also add a few other things to it, and then they bag it and they ship it all across the United States. Spruce pine, North Carolina, has been widely known to make glass here in America for at least a decade, or a few decades. It's closer to more like a century. All right, so after a gather, it's usually, the rod will build up heat. Although it's made out of a stainless steel alloy, which is a poor conductor of heat, we really see that the rod goes from its shiny stainless steel to a dull gray and black towards the tip. Usually the discoloration is a hot area. Using a wooden block, we're ensuring that our bubble is symmetrical. We're looking for a even and not an irregular shape like a potato shape. Essentially, if we have a potato bubble, we kind of messed up somewhere along the line. But this bubble looks fantastic. We're also using a little bit of wet newspaper to gauge and control exactly where the bubble expands. Whenever we blow air through the blowpipe, it takes the path of least resistance. So wherever the bubble is hotter. I know what you're thinking right now. This doesn't really look like a cup right now. You need to give our team give them 3 minutes. That's all they need. 3 minutes, I think. So Gabe's gonna create this little nub at the top. He's gonna freeze it up. When we tap free that nub, there should be a hole left. At the same time that we're finishing up our cup, we're stabbing up our second color from our garage. Well, our completed cup can now be placed back into the garage. Again, it's 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to maintain something from breaking, but not hot enough for it to become manipulated just sitting inside of there. I like to call it our glass sitter. We can just drop it off and not worry about it. We'll worry a little bit. So we're going to repeat the same process of a coloring application. This next time around, though, we're going to shape it almost like a bullet, and then we're going to stuff the cup we just made. That's how we're going to bring both of the colors together in a single object. We are still in the coloring phase. Well, do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions about today's demonstration? Will take about an hour and 40 minutes. Ooh, do we wear special glasses to protect our eyes? What's most important is just to protect our beautiful eyes. So whatever it may be, if it's safety glasses, if it's prescription glasses, or just sunglasses, there is a certain type of flame that we may use in the studio. Not today. It's actually this one down here. This is one of the hottest pieces of equipment. It's almost nearly 4,500 degrees. When we're using something this hot, then we may wear something a little bit more special. Repeat that question for me. Ooh, the ones back here. Well, actually, let's just break down our whole studio right now. And since they're not right here, you can actually open these doors. It's gonna get a little spicy in here though. Again, 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, powered by natural gas, forced air. When it gets colder, come back. I can open all 6 doors. All right, so 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Right next door, we have a furnace, 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, slightly cooler. Right next door to this reheating station, we have a large one. This is one of the largest ones, if not the largest one on this coast. And here at the museum, we have 2 furnaces, and we go roughly through about 15 tons of glass annually. Ooh, so how do we prepare these fires, or how do we get these fires hot enough in preparation? Ooh, in the ancient times, how did they increase the temperature of the flame? A lot of air, a lot of air. You can actually melt beach sand if you make an air channel that's large enough and you just blow a lot of air in there. You can melt some of that sand. Well, we're not going to worry too much about what's going down here. This is going to come into play much later on in the demonstration. In the meantime, as we complete our coloring application with Sarah on our left-hand side, let's zoom into our cameras on the center of the bench as we play around a little bit with our medium. Now, oftentimes, there's a little bit of color left over on our rod. We can throw it away, or we can just practice. After all, this is a red-colored glass, which makes it some of the more expensive color in our industry. Ooh, so Ben has informed us that the color that we're working down here and the color on the left is almost the yellow or orange looking color on our cylinder. Thank you, Ben. That's a Stallion. Or a Maverick. Great job done by Nick Davis. Now, our horse, or our Maverick, in this case, if left out in the open, will simply get too cold that it can break or crack. So even something as small as that needs to slowly cool down overnight. Well, our coloring application is complete, so now we go back and we wait. In glass making, there's always a lot of waiting. We wait for the glass to heat up as we wait for it to cool down. Just by hanging out in the open, we're working smarter instead of harder. A cold core will adhere more glass. In addition, if Sarah turns extra fast while turning, she can gather a lot more glass than usual. And this is really almost like a calm before the storm. What we need to determine now is Sarah needs to figure out how much volume fits inside of the cup that we made earlier, and that just takes experience. I'm sure she's going to gather maybe 2 more times and shape it into a slight taper, almost a bullet shape. We often get asked for a further explanation of the furnace. I always like to say it's like a giant tub of soup. There's a lot of noise coming from this sound from this side of the studio, and I do want to explain what's going on down here. Essentially, we're preparing for tomorrow's demonstration. Tomorrow's demonstration is going to be a lot more complicated than today's design. The design that we're working with here is a Marini technique. This Marini technique can be seen widely in our galleries, specifically in our Richard Marcus Keepers Gallery. Oh, to kind of further explain what's going on down here. Ooh, you have a question? Do we turn off the ovens? Oh no, they stay on 365 days a year or at an idle. If we turn them off and on, glass is very corrosive. So it actually starts to take, like a small crack just gets larger and larger every time you turn it off and on. Yep, punch. You're right on the money. Yeah, we will do pretty much everything we can to prevent a furnace from failing. If something's wrong, we have different like propane torches that we can hook up and just try to maintain as much of that glass as hot as possible. Looks like on the left-hand side, we are back to waiting a little bit more in preparation for the next hot layer. So once again, Sarah needs to determine how much volume will fit inside of the cup. She wants to leave enough room that she can gather one last time for it to act like glue to fuse everything together. So I want to point out that there's a piece on our top balcony all the way to the right. There's this piece by this Italian master, Davide Salvador, who uses the same Marini technique. And you'll notice that how just detailed it is. And to achieve that much information in something small, you need to use Marini. There's also this artist who has made the Canadian Constitution in Marini. It's quite incredible. Oh, Gabe, will you be bringing out our color cup? It looks like it. Well, it's almost time to join everything together. Our color cup can be brought out of the garage. It's temporary holding oven. Sarah's looking to shape that core a little bit taller than our cup. Well, everyone, the top portion of the museum, our balcony area, is an incredible place to experience the live demonstration. That's usually like my go-to area is up there. We have a ring that's being warmed up inside of our garage. Where that ring is placed is where the action will be taking place. If you would like to see this process, I would recommend this area, this top balcony, or this side of the hot shop. If you're on this side, you're going to see their backs throughout this demonstration. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us here at the museum. We are just about to fuse both of our colors together. What makes this process so incredibly difficult is that if we make a sudden move when we're stuffing a cup, we've just trapped a giant bubble. Essentially, may just have to start all over again to achieve this colorway. Sarah's now taking the final gather. Actually, the second to last gather. We're going to take another one after everything's been added together. Again, the action will be happening where the ring has been placed. I'm just so fascinated all the time how simple this team makes it look. Again, each one of them has about over 20 years of professional glassblowing experience. Sarah is our starter. Later on, we'll introduce the rest of the team. As of right now, it's Sarah's job to complete the coloring application and orientation of it. Sarah's going to make everything homogeneous. She's going to bring everything together by using our large steel table. Well, Sarah's job is almost complete here. Let's now introduce today's gaffer. The gaffer is the person who's in charge of creating the piece itself. Today's gaffer is Ben. He's wearing the blue t-shirt. Just because Ben is the gaffer today doesn't mean he's always the gaffer. They always switch around. So every single day is a unique day here. There's a lot of radiating heat, so Kristen is using some wooden paddles to shield them. There's going to be a lot more waiting, everyone. We're just gonna let this core cool down once again, and we're going to take our final layer of clear glass. So if we gather while the core is really hot, we just won't be able to maintain control of it. We're not going to be able to turn fast enough to counteract gravity, and we just lose the whole piece. So for that reason, Ben's not in a rush to gather. He knows that if he waits even longer, he's just going to gather more glass. And if he gathers too much glass, well, that's fine. We can always let go of some excess glass. It always surprises me how casual they always are. If you think they're talking about glass, they're really not. Probably talking about what was for dinner, or in this case, Justin Bieber. For our audience joining us a little bit later in our demonstration, we're gathering glass from our furnace on our left-hand side. Holds 1,000 pounds of this molten material inside of a crucible, so a giant pot of glass. Any glass that goes into that bin will be reused on a later day. Once again, we have about a 15% recycled mixture inside of our furnace. Any more than that, and then we will feel a difference in how the glass reacts and holds its heat. Our glass that we're utilizing here has been specifically formulated for offhand glass making, so it stays at a working temperature for a longer period of time. There's different recipes of glass all over the globe. We may be familiar or most common with the soda lime glass. It makes everyday products from your Windows to your iPhone. And we're following the same basic steps we did earlier. We're using a wooden block to accommodate its size and distribute the heat and the glass evenly around the bubble. So we're moving on to the actual glass blowing portion of our demonstration. From here on out, it should go quite quickly. Before we move on, we're going to create a weak spot. So how we separate our cylinder from the steel rod itself. I know what you're thinking as well. David, that looks nothing like a cylinder. This step always happens very early in the demonstration. Now that our break-off area is complete, we can begin to get the width, the desired width. So a large sphere, after we have the desired width, we can get the length. The area that we're torching is the area that it's absorbing the least amount of energy. So we're just going to even it out, making sure we get a more consistent stretch. And we do moves like that because the reheating chamber, again, 2,300 degrees, but it's an uneven heat. So here we have just a full sheet of the Wall Street Journal. That way we're not working at sections at a time. It's a lot easier on a larger sheet. And again, we use the Wall Street Journal because of the ink they use. It's a soy-based ink, should be less harmful when inhaled, as well as just the newspaper quality. So just using our propane torch, we're looking to get that same consistent color. That same red should be even at the tip and the base before we move on to our next step. A handle was created a lot earlier in the demonstration and now will come into play. Essentially, we're gonna get rid of our blowpipe and attach the new handle on the base of it. And this is how we're going to switch the orientation of our cylinder. And I wanna point out that most of these steps that our team has done, they look so smooth. Our team is so dialed in. And I do want to inform our audience that our team has been working together for most of them over 10 years. So oftentimes the next step, they've already done 100 or 1,000 times prior. And glassmaking follows the same basic steps. We're always taught that if you can master the 3 basic shapes in glass, a cone, a sphere, and a cylinder, you can make anything out of glass. I tried making some spheres earlier this week. Did not go good. Well, using a little chalk, we created a small bullseye. Just makes it easier for us to apply a new rod. While it's still very hot, we're squeezing down another break-off area. So that is how this rod will be broken free. Nice and stable. So if we break the glass too early, Gabe won't have enough stability and we can easily just lose our cylinder. So we are always calm and we're always patient. The next step that follows is to remove some of the thickness. Essentially that top area where the rod was located, the blowpipe was feeling a lot of heat. So no matter what we do, the tip will always be the thickest part. For that reason, we're just going to remove it. We're going to pull it out, and eventually we can remove the thick glass. And here we have some of the trimmings from the past cylinders. Cool. So today's a really amazing project that we've been working on for quite a while. But essentially, we're going to be making sheet glass. So windows, essentially. And for a long time, if you wanted a window, you would go to a glass shop, right? They would make a cylinder for you like what they have down here. They cut the bottom off, they cut the side of it, they heat it back up, and as it heats back up, it slumps, right? So someone goes in there with gloves and stretches it, and eventually we're left with a flat sheet of glass. So that's what we're going to do, and then with that, we're going to cut out our different leaves. It's a new installation here at the museum. We're so excited for it. You may have seen some of the sheet glass as you entered the museum. I think Gabe really enjoys doing this, by the way. I think Gabe really enjoys doing this. But that's how we just clean it up at the very end. Make sure everything looks straight, it looks good. Or how much does it weigh? Gabe, how much does it weigh? I think it weighs about 15 pounds. It probably weighs 2 giant cats, but we can double check here. 18 pounds, give or take, all right? Now, that may not sound like a lot. You're like, yo, I warm up with 20s, but it's all on the end of the rod, so it feels like you're going fishing with 2 bowling balls on the end of that fishing rod. Well, we're moving on to our final step, which is to eliminate the stress in the glass. If our cylinder is left out in the open, guaranteed it will break and crack because of the ambient air difference. So we're slowly going to cool it down, eliminate the stress in our annealer, sitting at 890 degrees. At 5 o'clock, when we're done with the workday, we will turn it off and its computer program will slowly descend back to room temperature, about 12 and a half hours. A little bit of water on the end of the punty, and it will break free at its weakest point. Round of applause. Yes, let's give our whole staff another round of applause. What an incredible, incredible job by the MOG staff. Gaffing today is Ben Cobb. Whew, and what a project. Our cylinder is not complete. Besides having a state-of-the-art cold shop, we have a state-of-the-art studio behind here. So it's up to our cold shop technician to remove the top, use a tile saw to cut the side of it, and then it can be made into sheet glass. We will be taking about a 5 to 10 minute break as we transition over to our next project. So for our audience, if you plan on hanging out, seeing the next one, we need a little bit of time. Hello, welcome. Thanks for joining us. We just completed a cylinder, a large cylinder. We just needed about 5 to 10 minutes to transition over. Well, on this pedestal, we have all these brilliant colors. But the way that we get these brilliant colors is with a color rod. The color rod dates back to Europe, where it was used to create glass buttons. If you like glass buttons, the Czech Republic was very popular, and this is how they used it, or this is what they used. Here at the museum, we purchase our color. There's over 150 colors to choose from, and that's just one single manufacturer. There's a handful of them across the globe. We choose our color, load it inside of our color box. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, prepares it for the hot shop. If we go directly from the table to our reheating station, we can say goodbye to the bar. It's not gonna make it, it's gonna crack, blow up, end up on the studio floor. Once it's warm enough, we can begin to make it more malleable. We're gonna give Gabe about 3-4 minutes to make this extra hot. And the color that it's showing, that reddish orange glow, is not true. Its true color will come back a lot later in the demonstration when it's cooled down. The heat of this chamber is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it has an uneven heat. All right, so our color bar almost looks like a droplet. It's very dense, it's very small. And we're gonna use this color here shortly. Our next step is to gather glass on another blowpipe. Hello, welcome to the museum. Thanks for joining us today. It was good, Tony. All right, well, let's introduce our furnace. It is the home of 1,000 pounds of molten glass all year around. So that's not what we want to have. We want to have it even and consistent. If something happens, so what? It's okay. It's the beginning of the process. You can just start again. And glass, unlike a balloon, it doesn't burst. It just gets thinner and thinner and thinner like cellophane. Until it bursts, you're right. Until that last moment. All right, so let's try that again. We have 1,000 pounds of glass inside of our furnace. Essentially, it's a giant bowl of soup on all year around. Our glass that we're utilizing comes to us from North Carolina. In North Carolina, they mine a quartz mountain, which gives us the high-end glass that we utilize. Tony, you guys are using Crystallica, is that correct? Crystallica is produced out in Europe. I'm sure they're also mining some form of quartz mountain. And there's just different formulations of glass all over the globe. Welcome everyone, thanks for joining us. We're going to be creating a large scale cylinder right now. We've just completed the first coloring application. When we look at our cylinder, it's 2 colors with a fade. So this process will have to be repeated once again. A little bit later, these large scale cylinders are taking us about an hour and 30 minutes to make. So this piece should take us all the way till closing. What color are we working with? Well, we see our color palette right on our pedestal. I believe the color that we have right now is the red color. Not the yellow. The yellow will be the second color that's being worked on. All right, so it's up to Gabe to just spread that color evenly around the bubble. Actually uneven, because he wants a color fade, so he needs to push that color forward. Usually it's a consistent, even color layer like the pieces we have on our pedestal. Well, we wait for the glass to heat up, but in some cases, we wait for it to cool down. Using a little bit of compressed air can rapidly chill the glass. We're just looking for it to stabilize, so it shouldn't be moving anymore. The colder the core, the more hot glass will adhere as well. Is he making a certain color? Well, we are working with red right now, and our goal is to just produce a cup. It's gonna be probably 5 times larger than what I'm showing you right now, but this is his goal. When we're done with that cup, we're gonna set it on the ground. We're gonna come over with our second color and just stuff it, fill it up. And that's how we get 2 colors in a single object. One of them is a cup and one of them is a core. Ooh, what is that? So this is just Gabe is using a wooden block to evenly distribute both the heat and the mass around the bubble. We're looking for a symmetrical shape like a light bulb and not an irregular one like a potato. If we have a potato, it's almost catastrophic. We almost start all over again pretty much. We're always taught that your wooden block is your best friend. Oftentimes we use the block maybe about 2 times before we introduce air. Besides having a wooden block or ladle, we also just have a wet pad of the Wall Street Journal newspaper folded up. Again, 2 blocks is always favorable. And it's very subtle, but the red and orange glow, to us it's just red and orange, but to them, the slightest of hues means the difference. When we blow air using a puffer, we're using puffers, no longer just the human breath because of COVID. Oh yeah, he sure is able to shape it. And when we blow air, it takes the path of least resistance. So wherever the bubble is hotter is where it's expanding. Therefore, Gabe is cooling down the areas he wishes to be thicker. So I know this doesn't really look like a cup quite yet. Just give our team a little bit more time. So we're going to create almost like a nub at the very tip. All right, so here we go. We're going to squeeze down a break-off area. Eventually, we're going to tap that small piece off, and there will be a hole left. After that, we can dilate the hole to the final opening. Our second color is now being picked up. Essentially, the process is going to happen, but instead of making a cup, we're going to make almost like a bullet shape. And then with that, we're just going to shove it right inside of there. Hopefully, we have enough glass that it fills it up. It's all experience, really. So this team just has to fall back on their 20 plus years of of experience to kind of determine how much volume fits inside. So now that our cup is complete, we can even just place it inside of our garage. It's like a glass sitter. We can just drop it off, not worry about the glass breaking. Well, our main action is going to be occurring on this side as we complete our color overlay. I think they may play around with a little bit of colored glass, whatever's left over, but our main project is down here. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We're hanging out here, having a blast, amazing time. I'm always just baffled, always amazed by the things that are produced here. We're going to be making a large-scale cylinder. I have one down here, but this is not the scale that we're making it, a lot larger. Essentially, what we're doing is we're working on a new installation for the Museum of Glass. As you entered, you may have seen a bunch of like sheets of glass on the opposite side. All those are going to be made into leaves, and the whole process is done in-house. So the way that we make a sheet glass is cylinders. This is how windows were made for a very long time in history. If you wanted a window, you'd come to a studio like this, a glass making studio first. So just as a heads up, the majority of our demonstration, or at least another 5 minutes of it or so, maybe for the next 3 minutes or so, we're going to be working on that side of the studio. After that, we will kind of come to the center. We start off at the sides and we conclude in the center. My favorite place to always kind of hang out is the top portion of the museum. It's a really nice view. All right, well, Colin, if we can get a picture of the incinerators, the beehive burners from Tacoma, our Tacoma beehive burners. After that, we will get our hot shop, or like European hot shop thing. I hope so. So once again, if we could get our image of our beehive burners or wigwam burners, the incinerators that were scattered across Tacoma. Oh, our mass is looking big. Well, there's a cup that's hanging out in the center of our shop studio. Essentially, we need to fill that cup with the glass that's on this rod. This is how we're going to fuse two different colors in a single object. I believe this color down here is a yellow-orange, while the color on our center bench is a red. The colors that we see at this moment are not true. They're a little bit distorted. All right, well, this is the culmination of pretty much these past 25 or so minutes. It's just the kind of the color. Our cup is going to be broken free. It's going to be placed on the ring that's on the ground. And that's where our stuffing will occur. Again, we're going to shove the core inside of the cup. Hopefully, we've gathered enough glass to just fill it. Ooh, all right. So kind of to explain what's going on, we've kind of joined both of our cores together. Our next step is to make everything homogeneous, make everything look symmetrical and even. We're looking for like a little large light bulb shape. And we're almost done with this step right now. We're gonna let it cool again. There's gonna be a lot of waiting. This next time around, by waiting, we're going to be stabilizing our core enough so we can gather our final layer of clear glass. So if we make our cylinder out of the mount that we have right now, we'll probably create something the scale of the example on our pedestals. On a little bit taller than that, of course. So what does Ben do? Just hang out and wait. Again, we're never in a rush to gather another layer. And this is a good time to explain the temperatures of our ovens. The one in front of us is at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The one next door is slightly cooler at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. But the ones with the door in front is where the glass is located at. Today, we're using the furnace on your left-hand side. This one's a brand new one, and it will be on for about a decade before it's shut off. If we turn off this furnace right now, it would take about a week to cool down and then another week to heat back up to its molten temperature. So instead of waiting and wasting time, leave it on all year around. We can technically come in here at 1 o'clock and blow glass, if we like to. So we're just pretty much right now just squeezing down a break-off area that will separate the cylinder from the steel rod itself. And now we can actually make it look like a cylinder a little bit more. So we'll be blowing some air from the opposite side, some wooden paddles to shield Ben. Ben is in the blue, he's sitting in the center. He's in charge, he's the boss today. So to create a cylinder, usually we first create the width, so a large sphere, and then after we have the width, we can get the length that we're looking for. Here we are transitioning over to just using the full sheet of the Wall Street Journal instead of working on it on sections at a time. Well, using a little bit of chalk, we just create a bullseye on the bottom, and then we begin to even out the temperatures. So using a propane torch about 2,500 degrees, we're torching the back area. That area always just absorbs the least amount of energy. So we kind of want to make sure everything is happy before we move on to the next phase. So we are about 25 minutes until opening. I think we can do it. I think we can finish. All right, so again, we're just evening out, making sure that dull red just looks consistent. At this same time, on our left-hand side, we're gathering glass on another rod. We're going to transfer rod. So we can say goodbye to our blowpipe and place a new handle. This handle is only temporary, so it needs to break off within those 25 minutes when we're done. So we're looking for that perfect Goldilocks zone. Not too strong, not too weak. Makes it a little bit easier when we create that bullseye using chalk on the bottom. Now that our rod is really, really hot, it's not going to break off easily. So we're going back and squeezing down a constriction. And that will be the weak spot, and that's how it will release from the rod. All we need to do is add a little bit of water later on in the demonstration. As of right now, we want to add a little bit of water to the previous weak spot we made. So we're really just going to focus our attention on the very lip of it. That area is very, very thick because that's where the blowpipe was at. And the blowpipe is always stealing heat away from the glass. So no matter what, it's just inherently thicker than the rest. We're going to even out the thickness by pulling it off or pulling it and then just cutting it right off the piece. just like leather, as long as it's warm enough. And I can show everyone what our colors are truly. So we remove the thickness, looks pretty clean. All we have to do is just continue the straight line. So the top has a slight taper, so let's get rid of that. We are also going to just use different like wooden tools just to minimize scarring and scratching. Sure, we could just rip that open in one heat, but here at the museum, we do it slowly to prevent us from scratching or scarring the interior of the glass. You see that more in like mass-produced glass out in China or in Mexico, where craftsmanship is not as important. That's just about it. The last step that we take is just preventing it from breaking. So if left out in the open, and just the simple ambient air will shock the molecules of the glass into breaking. So the last step that we take is to place it in the oven on your right. It's sitting at 890 degrees, and it'll be the home of everything. After this piece is loaded in here, we're going to turn it off, and the computer program slowly descends back to room temperature, 12 and a half hours. Once again, the area that they're torching, just the coldest portion of the glass. Want to make sure that that area is hot enough to prevent a crack from spreading or even forming. We'll notice our teammate Sarah has suited up in a heat protective layer with Kevlar gloves. She will carry our finished cylinder into the annealer. Well, our team has done an incredible job. The few drops of water on the end of the punty will create a weak spot. And when we tap on the rod, the vibrations will cause the glass to break free at its weakest point. That's it.